What you looking at, babe? What you looking at, babe?
On this vote, the yeas are 208, the nays are 207. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentleman from
I
Massachusetts
asked for a
seek?
recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, the recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the 211 yeas and 207 nays, the resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Better yet, I'll let somebody else. If I were you, I'd gavel in right quick and ask the members to take their comments.
I'm lucky for her, huh?
He's trying to print. We're not going to fall for it. Oh, yeah, you want the arrows actually black and white. No, we're getting into debate on education.
What are they doing over there?
I don't know. We're going to let that resolve. Space to set up anyway.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1333, I call up H.R. 7726, Stop Child Care Scams Act of 2026, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 512, H.R. 7726, a bill to amend the Child Care and Development Block Grant Act of 1990 to withhold funds for non-compliant states under such act.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1333, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Workforce printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-32 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 7726.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the Stop Child Care Scams Act to fight child care fraud and protect taxpayer dollars. Fraud isn't new, but what we've seen in recent years is staggering. Billions of dollars have been stolen from programs meant to help children and families. As Americans work day in and day out to put food on the table and support their families, fraudsters are lining their pockets with dollars meant to help hungry Americans and innocent children. And let me make one thing perfectly clear. Every dollar stolen through fraud is a dollar that cannot help feed a hungry person or provide child care for kids and families who need it. Minnesota, sadly, has become a glaring example of this failure. Fake businesses like the now infamous Quality Learning Center claim to serve children, but in reality, many of these facilities sat empty with no students and no staff. The scale of this abuse, Mr. Speaker, is staggering. An estimated $9 billion lost to fraud. That's $9 billion that could have supported real child care services or fed families in need. Instead, weak oversight allowed criminals to get rich at the expense of children and taxpayers. And it doesn't stop there. During the COVID-19 pandemic, leaders of the nonprofit group Feeding Our Future stole more than $250 million in federal nutrition funds meant for hungry children. Instead, those dollars were spent lavishly on luxury cars and mansions. That's not just fraud. It's theft from the most vulnerable. Unfortunately, this problem extends far beyond the state. Across the country, fraudsters are taking advantage of gaps in oversight while taxpayers foot the bill. That's why this legislation is so important. In March, my committee passed the 8 bills included in this package. I want to thank Representatives Messmer, Grothman, Onder, Fox, Wilson, Rulli, Owens, and Miller for their hard work to tackle this problem. Each of the bills is included in the Stop Child Care Scams Act, which delivers common sense reforms to restore integrity to these programs. It strengthens auditing, data sharing, and increases reporting requirements to detect and prevent fraud. Just as importantly, it kicks fraudsters out of assistance programs, ensuring bad actors can't jump between federal assistance programs to defraud hardworking Americans. This bill is guided by a simple principle. Taxpayer money meant for children and working families should never be lost to waste, fraud, or abused. Mr. Speaker, we know most child care providers are doing the right thing. But when fraud runs rampant, it drives up costs, reduces access, and undermines trust in the system. If we want to protect access to affordable, high-quality child care, we must first eliminate the fraud draining these programs. I urge my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, to support the Stop Child Care Scams Act to protect children, restore accountability, and ensure these programs serve those who truly need them. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 7726 because we know that child care is not a luxury. It is a necessity for millions of American families. And yet many communities struggle with skyrocketing child care costs if they can find any child care at all. Our economy already loses an estimated $122 billion every year due to child care shortages, and that is a policy failure. The bill before us does nothing to reduce child care costs, increase supply, or improve conditions for providers, and it doesn't even reduce fraud. But instead it creates uncertainty, red tape for states and providers, and while the supporters will be discussing the title of the bill, they're not going to be discussing the substance. I support efforts to reduce fraud in government programs, but this bill doesn't do that. States are already required to report error rates and undergo compliance reviews of the Child Care and Development Block Grant every 3 years. This bill would require states to triple their reporting obligations, diverting CCDBG dollars away from families by increasing administrative costs. More reporting does not reduce fraud. H.R. 7726 is also extremely vague. It would allow the Health and Human Services Secretary to designate states as high risk and subject them to additional monitoring without defining what additional monitoring or high risk means, and it provides no additional funding to support these new responsibilities. Furthermore, it expands situations where the state may be in non-compliance, opening the door for this legislation to be weaponized to withhold funding from an entire state that the Trump administration wants to punish. The bill also mandates permanent disbarment of providers found guilty of fraud, regardless of mitigating circumstances, and it is unclear who gets debarred. Is it the individual who is involved, or could it be the entire franchise operating in multiple states? In many communities, permanently removing even one provider could leave families without options for child care. Furthermore, debarment from the child care program requires debarment from the child and adult care food program, so innocent families could lose access to food as well as child care. This legislation fails to stop fraud, instead imposes needless red tape and bureaucracy on communities that are already strapped for resources. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, I oppose the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the sponsor of the bill, the gentlelady from Illinois, Representative Miller.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 7726, the Stop Child Care Scams Act, which joins with the administration's efforts to rid the federal government of waste, fraud, and abuse. Last month, President Trump announced serious reforms to safeguard federal taxpayer dollars spent in the Child Care Development Block Grant Program to ensure that this program is serving the families who need it most. The Stop Child Care Scams Act builds on those actions by enforcing program integrity to ensure every state is compliant with federal requirements. Since 2002, the block grant has been identified as a federal program at risk for improper payments. The Office of Management and Budget, the GAO, and HHS have all consistently warned that changes are needed to protect the program from fraud and abuse. In fact, a 2020 GAO report estimated that under the block grant program, there were $325 million in improper payments nationwide during the 2019 fiscal year. HHS data shows that the rate of improper payments in Minnesota's federal child care assistance program is nearly twice the national average. In this case, the state failed to address fraud or repeated noncompliance. This is unacceptable, and there must be real consequences. In 2024, the owner of several Chicago child care centers was sentenced to 4 years in prison for stealing more than $3 million of taxpayer funds. That is why I'm leading H.R. 7726, the Stop Child Care Scams Act. This bill includes many reforms championed by my colleagues on the Education and Workforce Committee to make common sense updates to the Child Care Development Block Grant Program so that federal dollars continue to go to working families, not fraudsters. Congressman Mark Mesmer's Child Care Payment Integrity and Fraud Accountability Act requires states to assess how many block grant payments are fraudulent. Congressman Glenn Grothman's Crackdown Act lowers the improper payment threshold of grant funds from 10 to 5%. Congressman Bob Onder's Child Care Integrity Monitoring Act requires an audit of state child care assistance programs every 3 years. Congresswoman Virginia Fox's Safeguarding Taxpayer Dollars in Child Care Act prevents fraudulent providers from receiving future grant funds. Congressman Joe Wilson's No Waivers for Fraud Act leaves sanctions in place for non-compliant states. Congressman Mike Ruley's Stop Child Care Fraud Act requires states to ensure all relevant agencies have access to necessary data and are examining it to prevent fraud. Congressman Burgess Owens' Closing the Provider Fraud Gap Act requires GAO to examine the progress that has been made in protecting federal taxpayer dollars in provider-related programs. And lastly, my No Funds for Repeat Child Care Violations Act withholds block grant funds from non-compliant states. Every dollar lost to fraud is a dollar that doesn't support working families. Fraud harms our families. It harms our workforce. Americans should have confidence that their federal taxpayer dollars are being used responsibly and carefully. Ensuring accountability for these dollars is not optional. It's sensible, responsible, and a moral choice to protect working families who contribute to our communities and help our local economies thrive. House Republicans are taking waste, fraud, and abuse seriously, and I urge my colleagues to do the same and support this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Public Health and Anti-Hunger organizations, a couple of dozen of them, that says in part that the provisions of H. 7723, which are now in this bill, would use existing serious deficiency process to trigger disbarment, which is problematic because it is a tool that is inconsistently applied and is often triggered by minor errors rather than fraud or misconduct.
Without objection.
And I'd like to unanimously consent to enter another letter into the record from AFSCME, AFT, and SEIU that says in part, this bill would enable the administration to withdraw federal child care funds abruptly without cause, making child care less affordable and reliable for working families.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield now 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. McBath.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the ranking member of the Education and Workforce Committee. Stealing from those who need it most is especially egregious, and I can agree with my colleagues on that. But I can't agree with allowing them to punish those that have been defrauded for a second time, because that's what this bill really does. It has the same impact on people as fraud. At the end of the day, the families whose these dollars are really meant for, they're not going to get them. They're not going to get the dollars that they need. Instead, the money will have gone to thieves or to nobody at all. The outcome is just the same. The people who have the least are always the ones who pay the price. In Psalms, since so many profess to be Christians here, the Lord says that because the poor are plundered, that because the greedy moan, he will rise. But God cannot take action on his own. He has given us free will. It is through our hands that his vision for a just world becomes truth. And instead of rising to help the plundered, to help the poor, this only plunders them for a second time. This is clearly more about giving the Trump administration more power to punish their political enemies than it is about preventing fraud. Instead of following the law, allowing the process to play out, this bill gives the Secretary personal discretion to investigate and punish fraud. This president and his allies stop at nothing to punish people who disagree with them. This administration has not hesitated to not only kill people for speaking out and protesting against the government, but to slander their memory after they are gone. They will tell lies about you and your family to the entire country to justify the unjustifiable, just like they did about Renee Good and Alex Preddy. When my son Jordan was killed in a shooting, the same man who pulled the trigger tried to justify it by lying about who my son really was. He said that there was a gun in the car when there wasn't, that Jordan was a thug and he wasn't, that my son and his friends were doing things that they really weren't doing. And I thank God every single day that those lies never caught on. But I remember how insulting that was. I remember thinking, you took my child from me, and now you're going to lie about who he really was just to try to get away with it? The Trump administration has proven that they cannot be trusted to do the right thing on their own.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
Additional minute.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Or even do something as basic as telling the truth. This bill makes it easier for this administration to make unilateral decisions at a time when Americans want accountability. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased now to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, great member of our committee, Representative Grothman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in support of H.R. 7726, the Stop Child Care Scams Act. This, one of the provisions in this bill is the Combating Regulatory Abuse, Closing Known Deficiencies, and Overseeing Waste Nationwide Act, or the Crackdown Act, of which I'm the author. The bill is about a simple principle: taxpayer dollars that is meant to go to help working families afford child care should not be lost to waste, fraud, and abuse. It's not surprising, by the way, that the Child Care Development Block Grant was subject to abuse. It's one of these programs that the federal government pays for and the state governments administer, an invitation to abuse. But in any event, the Child Care and Development Block Grant helps low-income families access child care so parents can work, pursue training, and provide for their children. When the improper payment rates rise too high, it's a warning sign that stronger oversight is needed. Under current law, states generally do not face corrective action requirements until improper payments exceed 10%. That's way too high. The Crackdown Act would lower the threshold from 10% to 5%. If the state exceeds that level, we must take corrective action to improve program integrity. The national improper payment rate is already about 4.9%, and 38 states already meet the 5% threshold established in the bill. Wisconsin is a state that learned the lesson the hard way. In 2010, our state faced widespread fraud in its child care program. Wisconsin responded by strengthening background checks, creating a dedicated fraud unit, and expanding audits. Today, Wisconsin's improper payment rate is below 1%. So it can be done. No excuse for being over 1%, but because we're easygoing, we're going to require it's under 5%. We'll wait until the state reaches 10% before corrective action allows problems to grow before they are, or waiting until the state reaches 10%.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Corrective.
15 seconds.
Gentleman may continue.
Waiting until the state reaches 10% before requiring corrective action allows problems to grow before they're addressed. Every dollar lost to improper payments is a dollar that cannot help a working parent. It also is a dollar taken from taxpayers. H.R. 7726 protects families, protects taxpayers, and strengthens confidence in the program.
Gentleman's time's
I urge
expired.
my colleagues to support it.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 7726, the Stop Child Care Scams Act. As families across the country struggle with the high cost of child care, Republicans are advancing legislation that would make it easier for the Trump administration to withhold funding that helps working people afford child care and helps providers keep their doors open. And why? To give President Trump more authority to target states he disagrees with politically under the guise of combating fraud. We already know exactly how this administration uses this kind of authority. Earlier this year, it implemented its nationwide Defend the Spend policy, requiring states to submit a slew of new data to access child care funding Congress already appropriated. States were never required by law to provide this information. But as a result, several states have reported being unable to access funding, and the administration refuses to answer basic questions about how this policy works, who reviews the information submitted by states, and how that data is used. This lack of transparency should alarm every member of this chamber. The administration claims this is necessary to combat widespread fraud in our child care programs, but it's failed to produce any evidence whatsoever. That tells us everything we need to know. This was not about fraud. It's about President Trump's petty political vendetta against blue states. I submitted an amendment that would have delayed implementation of H.R. 7726 until the administration finally provides transparency into its Defend the Spend policy. But Republicans refused to allow a vote. Until we get answers, we should not be expanding President Trump's ability to interfere with child care funding that families depend on. I yield back.
Gentleman for Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, the sponsor of one of the bills in this package, in fact, one of the bills that the Democrats voted with us unanimously on.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Owens from Utah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every cent of taxpayer money should be treated as sacred. It comes directly out of the pockets of hardworking Americans. There is no amount of fraud in the public assistance program that is acceptable. The Government Accountability Office, GAO, recently estimated that federal government loses lost between $233 billion and $521 billion every year in fraud based on data from 2018 to 2022. When the government spends the people's money, Americans should have confidence that their federal tax dollars will be used responsibly and carefully. Recent reporting has revealed shocking degrees of waste, fraud, and abuse in Minnesota's federal child care assistance program. According to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, HHS data, the rate of improper payments in Minnesota's federal child care assistance program is nearly twice the national average. In May 2025, an HHS audit of Minnesota's federal child care program found repeated failures to verify attendance and comply with payment requirements. However, the problem is not limited to Minnesota. Since 2002, the Child Care and Development Block Grant, CCDBG, has been identified as a federal program at risk for improper payments. The Office of Management and Budget and HHS all consistently warn that the changes are needed to protect the program from fraud and abuse. I'm proud that this legislation includes my closing the provider Fraud Gap Act, which commissions GAO to conduct a study on existing federal fraud prevention measures in early childhood programs and then report on recommendations to improve the fraud prevention. The Stop Child Care Scam Act is a reasonable and common sense solution to protect federal taxpayer dollars from being defrauded. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that a letter from the Child Care for Every Family Network be introduced in the record, which says in part that these bills give the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services unprecedented authority to withhold all child care and development funding from states without cause or due process, bar child care providers from non-fraudulent activity, and burden states with costly activities that don't improve program integrity.
Without objection.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
The sponsor of another one of the bills in the package that my Democrat colleagues voted for unanimously with us comes from the gentleman from Ohio, Representative Rulli, and I yield him 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Chairman Walberg. I'm proud to stand in support of H.R. 7726, the Stop Child Care Scams Act of 2026. I'm honored to see my bill added into this package today. We are here talking about common sense legislation to just stop fraud. The Government Accountability Office estimates that federal government loses between $200 to $500 billion every year in fraud. This bill will sure stop fraudsters and stop by adding common sense requirements like agency coordination and data sharing to stop, monitor, and fraud, explaining the processes used to investigate and recover improper payments, and highlighting the procedures used to impose sanctions when fraud is actually found. I urge my colleagues today to support this bill, strengthen integrity, and safeguard taxpayers' dollars in the Child Care Block Grant Program. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield my time.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my colleague from Virginia, Mr. Subramanian.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the ranking member. H.R. 7726 is supposedly intended to address fraud in child care programs, but all it actually does is give the administration more power to withhold child care funding as political retribution. This is happening particularly at a time when the cost of child care is skyrocketing, but I am so glad we are talking about fraud today because this is an administration that has embraced fraud and abuse. This is a president that tried to steal taxpayer money by suing his own government and then set up a $1.8 billion slush fund for his friends and allies, and his family has made billions from pay-to-play business deals all around the world. But that's not all, because he's used his pardon power to pardon fraudsters, left and right, including white-collar criminals convicted of money laundering, corrupt politicians who stole millions in public funds and even trafficked drugs, and even insurrectionists, including one who later was charged with child sex abuse and molestation. These pardons have wiped out over $1.5 billion in compensation owed to actual crime victims, and the administration has made sure there's no one left to investigate this fraud because the DOJ office in charge of investigating corruption has used used to have 40 attorneys in it, and now it has 2. That's why at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules are permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would prevent the bill from taking effect until the Department of Justice provides a list of all the individuals pardoned by the President of the United States who were convicted for committing fraud. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment, and I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will show their commitment to actually addressing fraud by joining me in voting for the motion to recommit.
Objection.
I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the President. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now we'll get back on the germane issues that we're dealing with this legislation, and not rabid statements without foundation. It's a privilege for me to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, great member of our committee, Representative Under.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Walberg. I rise in strong support of H.R. 7726, the Stop Child Care Scams Act. This package will punish bad actors who steal taxpayer dollars from low-income families who need child care resources the most. While fraud and theft may be a time-honored tradition in Somalia, defrauding American taxpayers has consequences. When Nick Shirley blew the lid on the pervasive child care fraud in Minnesota's Somali community, the infamous Quality Leering Center was forced to shut down. The Somali mastermind of Feeding Our Future scheme was charged with wire fraud and conspiracy to defraud the United States. And Governor Tim Walz was forced to drop his reelection bid. House Republicans are restoring integrity to the Child Care Development Block Grant Program, which serves about 10% of children in the child care system. Any waste, fraud, and abuse is an attack on working families and must be rooted out. This legislation will greatly improve oversight in the federal child care program and hold fraudsters accountable. I appreciate the chairman including legislation I introduced, the Child Care Integrity Monitoring Act, in this bill. My bill will restore public trust in the child care system by codifying HHS's 3-year audit cycle of expenditures, which the department has been required to do since 2007. My bill also gives HHS the power to designate states as high risk if they fail their audit, neglect to carry out a corrective action plan, or become non-compliant with their own state plan. House Republicans will never stop fighting waste, fraud, and abuse because we will not tolerate benefits being stolen from working families. By ensuring that child care dollars are spent wisely, the Stop Child Care Scams Act of 2026 will improve the quality of life for countless working moms and dads and their children.
Gentleman, time's
I
expired.
encourage all members to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article printed in the Men Post, the headline of which says, "Here's what's really happening with child care fraud in Minnesota. Evidence is nowhere near the epidemic levels a viral YouTube video would suggest, but it hasn't stopped a crackdown on child care funding. Here's the fact check."
Without objection.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now privileged to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, a sponsor of one of the bills in this package, great member of the committee, Representative Messmer.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Stop Child Care Scams Act, which provides a common-sense path toward preventing the rampant waste, fraud, and abuse in our federal child care support programs. Every year, nearly 2 million children receive state and federal child care and development block grant subsidies totaling over $8 billion. These child care assistance programs allow lower-income parents to stay in the workforce so they can create their own economic independence and contribute to the economic development in their communities. Under the current program requirements, states are supposed to submit a report detailing any errors that are discovered in the administration of the CC-DBG grant fund distributions. Mistakes are not unusual, given the changing nature of child care, but there is no penalty. Because there is no penalty in reporting of fraudulent payments, they are often ignored. That is why I am pleased that my Child Care Payment Integrity and Fraud Accountability Act is included in today's bill. It requires that states clearly account for any improper payments that have been made so that Americans can see exactly how their money is being spent and leaders can manage what improvements are needed to best safeguard taxpayer dollars. Preventing fraud and protecting our citizens' hard-earned money is one of the most important things we should be doing in Congress. Americans deserve an end to the waste, fraud, and abuse poisoning our country. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from Child Care Aware of America. It says in part, several provisions of the bill would duplicate existing requirements, create unclear mandates, ultimately undermine families' access to child care, and that the bill would impose new sanctions, restrict flexibility, and potentially reduce child care funding to states.
Without objection,
I reserve the balance of my time.
gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now privileged to yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Utah, Representative Kennedy.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Wahlberg, and also Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 7726, the Stop Child Care Scams Act of 2026. Before I came to Congress, I spent my career as a physician in Utah caring for working families. In medicine, you learn to diagnose the root cause of an illness, and if a treatment isn't working, you don't double down on a failing protocol. You do the obvious. You should change the treatment. Unfortunately, in Washington, we have a habit of ignoring the symptoms of our own broken system. Well, our federal child care programs serve a useful purpose. They are being systematically ruined by rampant fraud. We must be clear about who truly suffers when we allow this corruption to go unchecked. Fraudsters who exploit these programs are stealing directly from children and families who rely on these resources. This is a moral failure that should transcend party lines. Securing our federal programs against fraud is Congress's job, and it shouldn't take committed citizens like Utah's own Nick Shirley to uncover these problems. As a sponsor of the Stop Child Care Funding Fraud Act, I'm glad to see similar policies reflected in this bill. Mr. Speaker, today we can protect the taxpayer, excise the rot of corruption, and make certain that every federal dollar intended for America's children actually reaches them. Rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse should be every member's priority for these people in this chamber, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm privileged to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Representative Stober.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7726, the Stop Child Care Scams Act. This legislation is about something every American should agree upon. Child care assistance should go to children and families who need help, not to criminals and fraudsters who exploit the system for personal gain. A GAO report found that $325 million in improper child care payments were made in a single year, enough to fund the child care programs of nearly 1/3 of the states in this country. That is money that should have been helping working families, not lost to waste, fraud, and abuse. In my home state of Minnesota, taxpayers have watched massive fraud schemes unfold in child care programs under the failed leadership of Governor Tim Walz. Thanks to state officials' repeated failure to provide the oversight necessary to protect programs intended to serve vulnerable children, families, Minnesota taxpayers were scammed out of hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. These failures undermined public trust and diverted resources away from those who truly needed them. That is why I introduced the Stop Fraud by Somalia Act. My bill was designed to strengthen accountability, protect taxpayer dollars, and ensure that bad actors can no longer exploit child care programs at taxpayers' expense. And I am pleased to see that several provisions from my legislation are included in H.R. 7726. This bill permanently bars fraudulent child care providers from receiving federal funds, strengthens federal oversight and enforcement, and cracks down on providers who falsify records, submit false information, or misuse taxpayer dollars. Every dollar lost to fraud is a dollar that cannot be used to help a working parent afford child care or support a child who depends on these services. We have a responsibility to ensure these programs operate with integrity and accountability. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7726 and help restore trust in these important programs, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized to close.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, millions of families rely on safe, stable child care in their communities. Unfortunately, the cost of child care often rivals the cost of housing. Many communities lack adequate child care altogether. H.R. 7726 fails to meaningfully improve America's broken child care system, but it does add unnecessary bureaucratic burdens to states and providers, many of whom are already struggling. Fraud must be addressed, but in substance, not by discussing the merits of the title of the bill. But the smart accountability means strong enforcement paired with practical flexibility, and requiring extra reports and punishing states and providers for minor inadvertent mistakes does not protect children, and it doesn't even reduce fraud. It does put programs that families depend on at risk and allows the Trump administration to weaponize this legislation by withholding funding from states that didn't vote for him. So I oppose H.R. 7726, which fails to reduce fraud and prioritizes inflexible mandates over real-world needs of working families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia yields. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have the responsibility to ensure taxpayer dollars are used to help Americans, not fraudsters and scammers. And if you notice today, we heard testimony from members of this committee and off this committee, including a member we just heard from Minnesota, a state with the significant problem that alerted us to the fraud, waste, and abuse that was going on. Not simply states that are members that are going to be targeted by, so-called by the president. These are members that understand what went on and how taxpayer funds were being abused through fraud. For too long, criminals have exploited federal programs, stealing billions, while children and families lose access to critical support. That must end. The Stop Child Care Scams Act strengthens oversight, closes loopholes, and prevents bad actors from continuing their schemes across multiple programs. These are straightforward, long overdue reforms that will make a real difference. Every dollar lost to fraud is a dollar taken from someone who truly needs help. I urge my colleagues to support the Stop Child Care Scams Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1333, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Child Care and Development Block Grant Act of 1990 to withhold funds from non-compliant states under such act.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Subramaniam moves to recommit the bill H.R. 7726 to the Committee on Education and Workforce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those say no. No. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, further proceedings of this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1333, I call up the bill H.R. 8872, the Preventing Waste, Fraud, and Abuse in TANF Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 584, H.R. 8872, a bill to amend Part A of Title IV of the Social Security Act to target funds to low-income families, strengthen program integrity guardrails for state expenditure of funds, require measurement of improper payments, and establish goals for eliminating fraud and improper payments under the program of block grants to states for temporary assistance for needy families and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1333, the amendment in the nature of substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis. Each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on this bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 8872, the Preventing Waste, Fraud, and Abuse in TANF Act, introduced by my Ways and Means Committee colleague, Representative Mike Carey. With an annual price tag of over $16 billion, the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program is a sizable investment and plays a critical support role for families who have fallen on hard times. A core tenet of the program is promoting self-sufficiency through work, a goal I know many of us see as a cornerstone of a successful welfare system. Unfortunately, right now, there are major weaknesses in the TANF program that make it ripe for waste, fraud, and abuse. Despite the billions of dollars flowing through TANF, it is one of the few federal programs we have that is not required to account for improper payments. Additionally, investigations and reporting conducted by the Government Accountability Office found that the 78% of TANF spending that goes toward non-assistant activities lacks guardrails to prevent abuse and misuse of these federal resources. With instances of fraud occurring at an alarming rate across multiple government programs at the federal, state, and local levels, Congress must act. That is why the Ways and Means Committee has held hearings and conducted critical oversight to determine what solutions will protect taxpayers and the families who should be benefiting from programs like TANF. The Preventing Waste, Fraud, and Abuse in TANF Act is a straightforward piece of legislation that addresses 4 key areas of concern, reflecting priorities of 4 members of the Ways and Means Committee. The lead sponsor of this bill, Representative Carey, has fought to keep states from sitting on TANF funds while families struggle. Right now, states are holding on to nearly $8 billion in funds because there are no spending deadlines holding them accountable. This legislation requires that states spend down their TANF funds within a 3-year window. Representative Arrington, the chairman of the House Budget Committee, who is a leader in the fight to rein in waste, fraud, and abuse in government, has championed a provision within this bill that finally requires the federal government to track and report instances of improper payments. This reporting is crucial to ensuring that policymakers and the American people know if tax dollars are being spent as advertised. With her understanding of how states often repurpose TANF funds to cover unrelated gaps in state budgets, Representative Tenney has worked to ensure states only use federal TANF resources to supplement, not replace, state and local spending. Thanks to the leadership of Representative Adrian Smith, who has worked to ensure TANF funding is actually actually going to those truly in need of assistance. This bill includes a provision that establishes an income threshold of 200% of the federal poverty line, which is $62,000 for a family of four, to ensure states are targeting TANF spending to give more to those who are truly in need. These policies defend against the abuse and misuse of taxpayer dollars and improve the integrity of the TANF program to better support those it was created to serve. I'm grateful for the leadership of the members of the Ways and Means Committee who have made weeding out waste, fraud, and abuse in our federal welfare programs a priority. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 8872. Democrats strongly oppose fraud, and that is why Representative Judy Chu and I introduced H.R. 2108, the TANF State Expenditure Integrity Act, which would give the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services specific authority to monitor sub-grantee expenditures to ensure that they are consistent with TANF's purpose of helping poor children. When they are not, as was the case in the egregious fraud perpetrated by Brett Favre and then Governor Phil Bryant in Mississippi, H.R. 2108 would require the state to recover the funds and provide them directly to the poor families they were intended for. Republicans refused to work with us to enact that bill, which the U.S. Government Accountability Office identified as a bill that addressed their concerns about TANF program integrity. Instead, less than 48 hours before our markup, they introduced H.R. 8872. This GOP bill would not enable a single fraud investigation. It would not recover a penny, not a penny, for the poor families TANF is supposed to help. And it would not have protected the children of Mississippi when multimillionaire Brett Favre used millions of dollars in TANF funds to build a volleyball stadium and invest in health stocks, nor would it reinstate the fraud-related penalty against Mississippi that the Trump administration canceled. What H.R. 8872 would do is give Health and Human Services new power to decide what to call fraud and how to measure it. This GOP bill would give the Trump administration new power to seize confidential beneficiary data, levy penalties, and cut off state funding to help poor children. And we know exactly what to expect if we give HHS more power, because this January, the Department of Health and Human Services abruptly froze $10 billion in critical social services funding for 5 states, including my home state of Illinois, to exact revenge on governors who stood up to President Trump. The Trump administration intentionally chose to harm vulnerable families, children, small businesses, and communities in 5 states, namely Illinois, California, Colorado, Minnesota, and New York to settle a political score, and the Republicans in this House remain silent, not a word. Fortunately, current law limits an administration's authority to weaponize support for low-income families. Consequently, the courts issued a restraining order that is essential to protecting tens of millions of children and families. If they had not, the Century Foundation estimates it would have cost struggling families $400 million in lost earnings and help alone, not to mention the radiating harm to businesses, communities, and economies. Now the Republican leadership advances this farce of a bill to erase those protections, all while failing to address the biggest source of TANF fraud. If Republicans want to protect taxpayers, they should stop accusing hardworking parents and look to the graft and vanity projects they keep enabling. Over the 17 months he has been back in office, President Trump increased his net worth by over $4 billion by selling cryptocurrency, insider trading, and leveraging his position. Most recently, the president spent $5 million of taxpayer money to coat bronze statues in gold leaf, enough money to buy a week's worth of groceries for 20,000 families. If Republicans want to protect taxpayers, then at the very least, Congress should not give HHS any new power to harm families the next time President Trump decides to lash out at a governor who spoke up about the harm his policies and corruptions have done to American families. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserve. Are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood, the chair of the Work and Welfare Subcommittee.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the Preventing Waste, Fraud, and Abuse in TANF Act. TANF was created with a clear purpose, and I think it's important to remember this, to help families move from welfare to work, promote self-sufficiency, and support low-income parents and children. But that mission is undermined when taxpayer dollars are not properly protected. When federal welfare funds are vulnerable to waste, fraud, and abuse, the consequences are real. States face weaker incentives to ensure dollars are spent appropriately. Taxpayers lose confidence in the program. And most importantly, families who truly need assistance lose out because resources are not preserved for them. As the chairman of the Work and Welfare Subcommittee, I've worked for years to identify and stop the TANF fraud in the program. Chairman Jason Smith and I sent a letter to the Government Accounting Office in 2023 requesting information on TANF's program accountability measures. In response, the GAO issued 5 reports in 2025 identifying that TANF lacks numerous oversight and financial guardrails expected in public assistance programs. More specifically, the GAO identified 37 states with 162 TANF audit findings. Many of these findings were deemed severe, and the problems repeated over multiple years. They also found that states are sitting on nearly $8 billion in unspent TANF funds. It's $8 billion of taxpayer money, which has doubled since 2015. Finally, the GAO recommended that HHS be provided with authority
to require states to measure and report improper payments. This bill that we are debating here today will address many of these findings. First, it finally would require improper payments reporting in TANF. Second, it puts in place spending timelines so states aren't sitting on large reserves of funds that aren't making their way to families. This will ensure that states do not tap into those unused funds for needy families when there are state budget shortfalls, which happens way too often. Lastly, the bill includes a new federal eligibility guideline and targeting to make sure funds are going to families under 200% of the poverty line. If Congress is going to provide billions of dollars each year for TANF, we have a responsibility and an obligation as elected leaders to ensure that dollars are helping the families experiencing genuine financial hardship. The Preventing Waste, Fraud, and Abuse in TANF Act will reduce fraud, restore accountability, and help preserve TANF benefits for families who truly need them. We should all be able to agree that welfare funds should go to families who need help and not to fraudsters, wasteful spending, or people or programs that can provide for themselves without federal assistance. In closing, I urge my colleagues to support the taxpayers. 30 seconds.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. In closing, I urge my colleagues to support and help taxpayers by voting for the Preventing Waste, Fraud, and Abuse Act in TANF, and I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I just want to remind my colleagues that despite the rhetoric we will hear this afternoon on the floor, there's nothing in this bill that actually addresses fraud in the TANF program. Nowhere in H.R. 8872, outside of its title, does the word fraud even appear in this bill. Now, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to Representative Judy Chu from California.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 8872, the Preventing Waste, Fraud, and Abuse in TANF Act. Let me remind us one of the biggest TANF fraud scandals of all time. Several years ago, former NFL quarterback Brett Favre conspired with Mississippi state officials to steal millions of taxpayer dollars meant for the state's poorest families. He stole this money to build a new volleyball court for his daughter's college. And why did this happen? Because under current law, the federal government has no authority to conduct oversight into how states spend their TANF block grant funds, which makes up roughly 80% of TANF spending. That is where the biggest oversight gap exists. And this bill before us does nothing about it. Instead, it would require states to only report calculations about over and under payments, but doesn't investigate fraud itself. And by doing this, though, it empowers the administration to use these calculations to justify withholding TANF funds from certain states. This selective process would only apply to less than 15% of total TANF funding. This completely ignores the 80% of TANF spending where the fraud is actually occurring. So when Republicans brought this bill before the Ways and Means Committee, I offered an amendment to insert into the bill that I had introduced with Congressmember Danny Davis, the TANF State Expenditure Integrity Act. Our bill would finally allow federal oversight of TANF block grant funding and require states that intentionally misuse TANF funds to direct an equivalent amount towards legitimate assistance for families. Simply put, our bill would actually go after the type of fraud Republicans claim that they care about. If my Republican colleagues were truly interested in preventing waste, fraud, and abuse, they would have welcomed my amendment. Instead, they blocked it. But this is no surprise. Their record on fraud speaks for itself. Donald Trump publicly defended Brett Favre and actually canceled the modest penalty President Biden was able to impose on Mississippi. He's letting everyone off the hook for this blatant fraud, and Republicans in Congress haven't said a word about it. Not only that, last Congress, Republicans held a hearing on TANF fraud where they actually apologized to Brett Favre. It was embarrassing, and it was shameful. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If House rules permit it, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would remove H.R. 8872's provisions empowering President Trump's continued attacks on struggling families and replace them with provisions that actually fight fraud. And that includes my TANF State Expenditure Integrity Act. My motion to recommit would also address one of the most brazen acts of public corruption in American history, Trump's $1.8 billion slush fund and his sham settlement. I want to emphasize what happened here. The President of the United States sued his own government and got a settlement allowing him to direct $1.8 billion of taxpayer dollars to political allies and January 6 rioters, the violent criminals who assaulted police officers and attacked our democracy. After receiving overwhelming bipartisan backlash, the Trump administration is now claiming it won't move forward with the fund. However, a statement is not law. If the administration truly intends to abandon this corrupt scheme, it should have no objection to Congress permanently prohibiting it. But even that is only part of the story because no such settlement and statement has been made regarding plans to withdraw the most egregious, self-serving part of this settlement, the provision granting President Trump, his family, and his businesses total immunity from all government audits and investigations before the DOJ, IRS, or any other government agency or department. So while the administration has retreated from its plan to reward Trump's allies with taxpayer dollars, it's charging ahead with giving Trump, his kids, and his companies lifetime immunity from IRS audits and tax prosecution.
The gentlelady is recognized.
My motion to recommit would invalidate in federal law the entire settlement agreement, including the slush fund and the immunity provision, and it would forever prohibit any similar corrupt fund in the future. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues would join me in voting for the motion to recommit, and I yield back.
Without objection. The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I yield to the gentleman from Ohio, I just have to say that it is reckless to say on this floor that someone has stolen anything when they have never been criminally charged for anything. That's very, very bad for any member of Congress to say that to a regular, everyday American who has never been charged of anything. You should be ashamed. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Kerry.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the chairman. I really want to thank the chairman for the opportunity to talk about some common sense reforms to the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program. For context, TANF is a bipartisan program that was created over 30 years ago to help struggling families get back on their feet. The program supports families with their immediate needs while promoting a path towards work and self-sufficiency. Taxpayers deserve to have confidence that their tax dollars are being used effectively and as intended. This is what the Preventing Waste, Fraud, and Abuse in TANF Act actually does. It improves clarity about the integrity of funds, targets assistance to the most vulnerable, and confirms that funds are actually spent. That's what it does. Without additional safeguards, TANF will remain vulnerable to bad actors, okay? This is not only harms the taxpayers, but even more so for the families who actually need the help. Congressional Republicans are committed to preventing waste, fraud, and abuse. Ohioans' own Vice President J.D. Vance and the Task Force to Eliminate Fraud have the exact same goal. The changes proposed in H.R. 8872 will support both of these efforts. Ultimately, the Preventing Waste, Fraud, and Abuse in TANF Act is about strengthening accountability. H.R. 8872 does not do this by imposing any cuts whatsoever. Doesn't impose any cuts whatsoever. What this bill really does is ensure that more assistance is actually provided. It preserves the program's flexibility for states to utilize funds in ways that meet the needs of their communities while making sure that the resources are not wasted, misused, or diverted. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill and its non-controversial proposals to strengthen TANF for the future of our next generations. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Wisconsin.
Thank you so much, gentlemen from Illinois. And I do want to say to my colleagues, my Republican friends, that I agree with them that this program, TANF, was designed. It was a fraudster's dream, the way it was designed. It was designed with so-called flexibility. And the reason I know that is because I was in the Wisconsin State Senate when ending welfare as we know it was constructed by then Tommy G. Thompson, governor of the state of Wisconsin, and it was adopted that following year by Newt Gingrich and President Clinton. And it was designed that way. And we saw, not just since poor Brett Favre, the Wisconsin quarterback, built the volleyball court with TANF dollars, poor thing, getting blamed all for it, because before then, states were balancing their budgets with TANF money. Cities were building infrastructure projects with TANF dollars. CEOs that ran the welfare programs in our states were getting bonuses for denying welfare recipients benefits. This didn't just start. So I agree that we should rein in waste, fraud, and abuse with the provisions provided by Dr. Danny Davis and Dr. Judy Chu's bill. This bill doesn't do that at all. All it does is provide with HHS with the power to stop providing support for women and children who need daycare, to be able to do what they did earlier this year and to freeze $10 billion to blue states. This is all that this does. This does not get at the heart of the problem. With that, I would ask for our colleagues to vote against this bill, to come together with Dr. Davis and Ms. Chu and the rest of us who want to end the true source of waste, fraud, and abuse, and not abuse our children with this provision. And with that, I would yield back to the gentleman from Illinois.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Taking care of our most vulnerable citizens, it's what a civilized society does, and it's why Congress created TANF, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families. TANF is just that. It's temporary assistance for the most neediest among us. Like other safety net programs, Madam Speaker, you know, we partner with the states. It's the most efficient way to deliver care. So my question for this body is, should we ever have to worry about the states using TANF dollars for any program other than TANF? You wouldn't think we would have to worry about that at all, but Madam Speaker, the report from the GAO, our General Accounting Office, is in, and it seems we do have to worry about states using TANF dollars for other than TANF recipients. The report is in. They've used it for education programs, college scholarships. They've built roads and enhanced their state transportation systems. And the crown gem offender, Madam Speaker, there's a state, it'll be nameless today, but has built a sports stadium with TANF dollars. It's not what TANF was intended to do, nor is it the creative cooperative partnership that was intended working with the states. And it's time Congress say enough. That's why I have sponsored a bill with Claudia Tenney from the great state of New York to treat TANF dollars as a general revenue targeted specifically to the neediest among us and not as a revenue slush fund for these states. And I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of this bill, H.R. 882, the Preventing Waste, Fraud, and Abuse in TANF Act, which includes many reforms, but this one right here, states, we got to trust you with the money given. Madam Speaker, I want to remind everybody in this room, every TANF family is different, but the typical TANF family is a mom, single mom. She has 2.1 kids. She's working 1.2 jobs. She drives a car that's 16 years old. The back window is taped up. Maybe there's a spare tire that she can't change because diapers elevate higher than car repairs. She's the one we need to make these reforms for. So I urge everybody to join me, join everybody in voting yes for TANF reform so that we can help the neediest among us. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Representative Correa.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I agree with my colleagues from the other side. Let's go after fraud, waste, and abuse. But this bill allows the administration to hold back funding for children and families under the guise of fraud. Earlier this year, the administration froze $10 billion of funding for families and children in blue states. Let's talk about guardrails. A year ago, we gave ICE and CBP 7 and 3 times their annual budget, respectively. Where are those funds going? ICE just paid $130 million for a warehouse in Georgia that was bought for $30 million the year before. And ICE just bought another property in Texas for $123 million that was valued at $11 million. And let's not forget Secretary Noem's $170 million luxury jet. Look, folks, instead of going after children and family, let's go after these wasteful, fraudulent contracts. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this measure. Madam Speaker, I yield.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Claudia Tenney.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support passage of H.R. 8872, the Preventing Waste, Fraud, and Abuse in the TANF Act. Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, as it's known, was created to help families in poverty to meet urgent needs while supporting work and long-term self-sufficiency. Unfortunately, federal TANF funds had become too easy for state governments to use as slush funds for unrelated programs. As you heard my great colleague Mr. Bean describe, some states, he left them unnamed, are using it to build sports stadiums instead of focusing this money on families who are truly in need of assistance. This is why I'm leading this bill with my colleague from Florida, Mr. Aaron Bean, the Protect TANF Resources for Families Act, which is included in this bill package. This bill says something very simple. Federal TANF funds can only be used to support families in poverty and that cannot be used to fill state budget gaps. This bill does not take away state flexibility. States will continue to have flexibility to operate their TANF programs in ways that work for individual communities. But flexibility requires responsibility. Federal dollars provided for needy families should remain focused on needy families. Struggling families should be able to trust that TANF resources are being preserved for them. Taxpayers have the right to ensure that their money isn't being diverted through unfair state budget maneuvers. This bill is an important step toward restoring accountability, protecting limited resources, and making sure TANF serves the families who truly need our help. I thank Chairman Jason Smith, the subcommittee chairman Darren LaHood, again, my colleague who co-sponsors this bill, Aaron Bean from Florida, for marking up this important bill, and also thank our Speaker, Leader Scalise, Whip Tom Emmer, for bringing this bill to the floor. I urge my colleagues to support this bill to help us end waste, fraud, and abuse, and to provide accountability to our taxpayers, and I yield.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Do we have anyone? Could we have someone keep people? I mean, we have 5 people down here on the floor. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in support of H.R. 8872, the Preventing Waste, Fraud, and Abuse in TANF Act. The Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program provides $16 billion each year of taxpayer money to help low-income families get back on their feet. That's an important mission. But when taxpayer dollars are lost to fraud, improper payments, or poor oversight, that money is not helping a family in need. For too long, TANF has lacked basic accountability measures that apply to many other federal programs. In fact, TANF is one of the few federal programs not required to report an annual improper payment rate. You can imagine that is an encouragement to fraud. That should encourage every member of this body. This bill brings needed accountability to TANF by requiring improper payments be measured and reported. You can see how many improper payments we've found in other programs. With the national debt now exceeding $39 trillion, Congress has a responsibility to make sure every federal dollar is spent effectively. Reducing waste and fraud is not about weakening assistance to families in need. It's about protecting those programs so they reach the parents and children who truly depend upon them. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle really want to help struggling families, they should join us in making sure that TANF dollars are not lost to waste and fraud, but instead go to the people the program was created to serve. It is not surprising when you have a program funded by the federal government and administered by the state government, there's fraud. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I encourage my Democrat colleagues especially to support this legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 8872, the Preventing Waste, Fraud, and Abuse in TANF Act, led by my colleague from Ohio, Mr. Carey. The Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program, TANF, exists for one purpose, which is to help low-income families through difficult times to support their path toward work, stability, and self-sufficiency. But for too long, TANF dollars have not been managed with the level of accountability that taxpayers and families deserve throughout our country. The numbers are stark. From 2015 to 24, unspent TANF balances more than doubled, from roughly $4 billion to $9.7 billion. States held approximately $8 billion in TANF funds rather than spending them on needy families. In my home state of Ohio alone, more than $600 million was sitting unused. When billions of dollars sit idle year after year, those funds are not helping families find work, support children, or get through a crisis. This is exactly why Congressman Kerry and I introduced the Improved Transparency and Stability for Families and Children Act earlier this Congress. I am pleased those reforms are now incorporated into H.R. 8872. This legislation fixes the problem directly and ensures funds actually reach low-income families, sets clear spending deadlines so money doesn't sit idle, holds states accountable, strengthens program integrity by requiring measurement of improper payments, and prevents federal TANF dollars from being used to replace state spending. I believe everyone can get on board with that. If we're serious about helping families in need, and if we believe in TANF's mission of moving families from welfare to work and towards independence, then we must ensure that the money actually reaches them and it's not lost to waste, fraud, or even bureaucratic mismanagement. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, I continue to reserve.
The gentleman continues to reserve. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers at this time, and we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Speaker, I have no further speakers, so I'm prepared to close.
All right, the gentleman is prepared to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Trump's economy has zero job creation. Skyrocketing gas prices and costly child care makes it more difficult and more expensive to work, crushing workers and families. Wage growth is slowing. Alarmingly, this bill we consider today in the People's House intentionally fails to address any of those problems. Nor does this bill take action to punish wealthy and well-connected people. People who stole tens of millions of dollars Congress provided to help some of the poorest children in Mississippi and throughout the country. Instead, this bill would give the Trump administration's Health and Human Services new power to cut off assistance to struggling families and poor children based on the new, and I quote, error rate, calculations that they define to advance their cruel designs under Project 2025. When we help Americans who are struggling pay for food, utilities, or health care, Republicans are quick to label it welfare and accuse recipients of fraud. But when the Department of Justice reaches into taxpayers' pockets and steals $1.8 billion for a slush fund to pay the president and his allies, including convicted criminals who beat police officers guarding the Capitol on January 6th, they remain and have remained silent. When taxpayers' pockets pay for the president, not only for himself, but also for his businesses and his family, it is truly reprehensible that my colleagues would remain silent. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill and to speak out against the real fraud and corruption poisoning our country. And let's make sure that we continue to help those poor, needy families and poor, needy children who need the benefits coming from a just society. And I vote no on this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Waste, fraud, and abuse have no place in our government, and certainly no place in programs meant to provide critical assistance to our nation's most vulnerable. The Preventing Waste, Fraud, and Abuse in TANF Act is a targeted and timely piece of legislation that protects the American taxpayers' hard-earned money and ensures that resources get to families who are truly in need of our help. I appreciate my Ways and Means Committee colleagues for the time, attention, and work that they have contributed to this reform effort, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1333, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend Part A of Title IV of the Social Security Act to target funds to low-income families, strengthen program integrity guardrails for state expenditure of funds, require measurement of improper payments, and establish goals for eliminating fraud and improper payments under the program of block grants to states for temporary assistance for needy families and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 8872 is postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2860, the motion to recommit H.R. 7726, passage of H.R. 7726 if ordered, adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 86. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2860 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk shall report the title.
H.R. 2860, a bill to reauthorize the Northwest Straits Marine Conservation Initiative Act to promote the protection of the resources of the Northwest Straits and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 374, the nays are 49, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 7726, offered by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit the bill H.R. 7726, offered by Mr. Subramaniam of Virginia.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 210, the nays are 213. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
As for ayes and nays,
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 207. The bill is passed without objection. The motion reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule, business is the vote on adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 86, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk shall report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 86. Concurrent resolution directing the President pursuant to Section 5C of the War Powers Resolution to remove United States Armed Forces from hostilities with Iran.
The question is on adoption of the concurrent resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Members, this is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 215 and the nays are 208. The concurrent resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Mr. Speaker, for what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2C of Rule 15, I rise to provide notice of my intent to offer a motion to discharge the Committee on Rules from the further consideration of H-Res 518.
Did the gentleman sign the petition?
I did sign.
The chair will now recognize the gentleman from New York to offer the motion just noticed. Does the gentleman wish to offer the motion to discharge?
I do.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of my motion to discharge House Petition 518 so that we can consider my bill, the Ukraine Support Act, on the floor this week, and I urge and I vote, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized under the rule. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, and the gentleman from New York will have 10 minutes. The gentleman from New York calls up the motion to discharge the Committee on Rules from further consideration of House Resolution 518, which the clerk shall report by title. First.
Discharge calendar number 6, House Resolution 518. Resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 2913 to authorize support for Ukraine and for other purposes.
Now, under the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, will be recognized for 10 minutes, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mass, will be recognized for 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
I rise today in support of my motion to discharge House Resolution 518 so that we can consider my bill, the Ukraine Support Act, on the floor this week, and I urge and I vote, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I oppose the motion, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I urge all members to vote aye, and I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. The question is on the motion offered by the gentleman from New York to discharge the Committee on Rules from the further consideration of House Resolution 518. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The motion's not adopted. The gentleman wishes the nays and yeas? Yeas and nays?
Yes, I ask for the yeas and
The
nays.
yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Members, this is a 5-minute vote.
for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, the vote we will be taking tomorrow is of historic importance. It is a question of whether we will be able to vote to support Ukraine, punish Russia, and stand for our values. So let me be clear. I always prefer to move important and complex legislation through regular order. I asked for the Ukraine Support Act to be marked up in the House Foreign Affairs Committee. I've asked for simple bipartisan bills on Russia, including some that have passed overwhelmingly in previous Congresses, to move through committee or to the floor. Unfortunately, each and every time I have inquired about moving a bill to address Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, no matter how bipartisan, I have been turned down. Of course, I'm not alone in my frustrations about the inability to move important bills through this Congress. Many members on both sides of the aisle have felt frustrated by the failure of this House to get important legislation across the finish line. This chamber must legislate on the important domestic and foreign policy issues of the day. That is our constitutional duty. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is the largest land war in Europe since World War II. The invasion of a smaller democratic nation by a large authoritarian state is as black and white and pure and simple as it gets. This vote is not a process vote. It's a statement on whether this Congress and all of its members stand with and support Ukraine and the people of Ukraine and its fight for freedom, its fight for democracy, and its fight for liberty. It is also a marker of whether we are against dictatorship, lawlessness, brutality, and the Russia-China No Limits Pact. I know where I stand. I'm solidly on the side of America. I'm solidly on the side of Ukraine. And I am solemnly on the side of justice. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman has the only time.
I yield the balance of my time in that case, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from New York yields. Will the gentleman move the previous question?
Yes.
The question is on ordering the previous question on resolution.
Without objection, the previous. Sorry. Okay.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of chairs, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, on that I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the order of the House of June 3, 2026, I call up House Concurrent Resolution 84 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The gentleman will suspend. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order at any time to consider H-Con Res 84 in the House if called up by the chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or his designee, that the concurrent resolution be considered as read, and that the previous question be considered as ordered on the concurrent resolution to adoption without intervening motion except for 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by Representative Mast of Florida, Representative Tlaib of Michigan, or their respective designees.
Without objection, so ordered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the order of the House of June 3, 2026, I call up House Concurrent Resolution 84, and I ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 84, concurrent resolution directing the President pursuant to Section 5C of the War Powers Resolution to remove United States Armed Forces from Lebanon.
Pursuant to the order of the House today, the concurrent resolution is considered as read. The concurrent resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by Representative Mast of Florida and Representative Tlaib of Michigan or their respective designees. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast, and the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, will each control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the resolution under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
We must end the U.S. participation in the Israeli government's violent assault on Lebanon. Over 3,400 people in Lebanon have been massacred since the start of the Israeli apartheid government's brutal invasion and indiscriminate bombing campaign. Children, Mr. Speaker, medics, journalists, schools, hospitals, churches, mosques, these all have been targeted by the Israeli government. Critical civilian infrastructure, entire residential neighborhoods are systematically being destroyed. More than 1.2 million people have been forced to leave their homes or be killed, with the Israeli military telling them that they will not be allowed to return. Last week, Mr. Speaker, the Israeli government issued a forced displacement order for all the areas south of the Zahrani River, declaring the entire vast region to a combat zone. Mr. Speaker, that is 14% of all of Lebanon, home to hundreds of thousands of people of all faiths, as well as over 300 cities and towns, including Lebanon's 4th largest city, Tyre. That's 14% of the country told to either leave or die. This is not a national security, Mr. Speaker. This is an ethnic cleansing campaign. The Israeli leaders and the cabinet members are open about this. Finance Minister Smotrich literally called for the annexing of at least 10% of Lebanon, saying that this is the new Israeli border must be the Litani River, up to the Litani River. Defense Minister Katz of Israel has openly stated that the government of Israel plans to pursue an indefinite military occupation of southern Lebanon up to the river, even after the war is over. The National Security Minister, Ben-Gvir, has proposed Israel to go even further to conquer and occupy Lebanese territory, all the way north of the river. These are not fringe figures. These are the Israeli security cabinets. They're the most powerful decision makers in the Israeli government. And Mr. Speaker, they have made it clear that their goal is to do what they were doing in Lebanon, what they did in Gaza. The Israeli military officials even stated in their aim is to implement what they call, quote, the Gaza model in Lebanon. I can go on in explaining this, but I think what is important to understand is the act of the psychological terror that the government putting leaflets all throughout Beirut, threatening Lebanon with repeat of the remarkable success in Gaza. And I want folks to know, my colleagues to know, over the last 3 months, we have already seen these horrific threats become a reality. This Congress did nothing to save lives in Gaza. And we must act now, though, to prevent the same fate in Lebanon. And I want folks to know we're here because the United States is not a bystander to these war crimes. It is an active participant. The Trump administration has engaged in unlawful and unauthorized participation in hostilities as part of the Israeli invasion of Lebanon in violation of the War Powers Act. The Trump administration is providing intelligence, coordinating strikes, and demonstrating overt command over Israeli military decisions, including greenlighting specific Israeli attacks and operations throughout Lebanon, including Beirut. The President of the United States has, in his own public statements, over a period of months, asserted authority to approve, prohibit, condition, and direct specific Israeli military operations. In one such example, the Israeli government sought and was granted Trump's, quote, green light for its May 6th strike, the strike on Beirut, and coordinated with the U.S. in advance to coordinate Israeli officials and Israel's state officials mentioned this and said it publicly, but even Israel's own public government state broadcasting station admitted it. Not only is the Trump administration illegally participating in this violent campaign, it is openly ignoring congressional oversight, Mr. Speaker, of the U.S. Armed Forces involvement in Lebanon. On May 7th, Senator Welch and a number of senators wrote to the administration requesting specific information about U.S. coordination with the Israeli strikes, and other actions that would violate the War Powers Act, including refueling, intelligence sharing, targeting, and other assistance. We all know the senators have not received any answers, and the executive branch has not even tried to argue that the U.S. role in Israeli hostilities in Lebanon complies with U.S. law. Congress must reassert its constitutional authority, Mr. Speaker, immediately vote to end the U.S. participation in the destruction of Lebanon. I want to make one thing clear, though, and it's super important for my colleagues to understand. Section 5C of the War Powers Act makes it clear that Lebanon War Powers Resolution only applies to U.S. armed forces engaged in hostilities. The resolution will not affect U.S. training and support of Lebanese armed forces or the routine protection of U.S. diplomatic facilities, neither of which are involved in hostilities. The War Powers Resolution exclusively ends the U.S. participation in the ongoing Israeli invasion of Lebanon. That's what this vote is about, nothing less. The American people are tired. They're exhausted of these endless wars. They are tired of hearing that we don't have money for health care and child care, but yet here we are. U.S. bombs destroying hospitals and stealing future of children abroad. This vote on the Lebanon War Powers Resolution is a clear moral choice. Do you stand with the Netanyahu government and Trump's endless war crimes, or do you stand with human life, peace, and justice? With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for 30 minutes.
I just listened to my colleague, Representative Tlaib, speak for about 6 minutes, trying to convince us that Israeli action in Lebanon is about ethnic cleansing. Not once in the 6 minutes did my colleague mention Hezbollah, the terrorist organization that Israel is going in there and killing. In 6 minutes of rambling on, not one mention of Hezbollah, not one mention of the 1,729 rockets fired by Hezbollah into northern Israel since April 7. Not one mention of the 1,680 UAVs and drones sent into Israel since April 7. Not one mention of the 283 Israelis injured or the 15 killed by Hezbollah since April 7. She wants you to believe that it is about ethnic cleansing and not fighting Hezbollah. Okay. So let's talk about her actual policy. Her actual policy says this: Congress directs the President to remove the United States Armed Forces from Lebanon. Pretty straightforward. Let me let my colleague know, Representative Tlaib, that the United States is not at war in Lebanon. The United States is not engaged in hostilities in Lebanon. I don't know how else I can say it. This resolution, it's reckless and it's unserious. You're asking to remove U.S. troops in a country where we are not in conflict. Israel is killing terrorists, who I just listed off all of the attacks that have gone on just since early April, but we are not in conflict there. So you're saying we can't keep any military there. I would actually engage in a colloquy. I'd yield my colleague a little bit of time. Can we leave no military there? Representative Tlaib, I'd yield you 30 seconds or 10. Can we leave no military there?
I would like to know if Ms. Karam, a university student from the Christian village of Akala in South Lebanon, she wasn't a terrorist. She was murdered on Monday. She was returning from home after completing her exams at the Lebanese University in Beirut. Look it up. The Israeli bomb targeted her family's car, killing her alongside her brother Tony, her father James, and who was a dental surgeon in the community. He wasn't a terrorist. Our country must stop aiding in these killings. To me, she was not a terrorist. She was a human being who should be alive today.
Apparently,
a promising young student. My colleague should know she's a promising young student.
I'm going to take back my time here,
literally being
but I will
erased.
give you some more time to debate. As you can see, I'll definitely give you the time. It's tough to understand you when you're yelling. But to my colleague's point, please stay standing because I'll yield you more time. It's just got to be a back and forth. Apparently, they're not terrorists. Apparently, everybody that Israel was killing in Lebanon, they weren't terrorists, according to my colleague over here. It wasn't terrorists that were firing 1,729 rockets there, 1,680 UAVs, injuring 283, killing 15. Apparently, it wasn't terrorists that were doing that. But I would yield you time again. Will you answer my question? Can we leave no military there?
In the meantime, can I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record May 29th article from Reuters?
Can we leave no
11
military
children
there?
killed, injured every 24 hours in Lebanon. Are those children Hezbollah?
I'd love to
Are
talk
those
about
children
your
terrorists?
policy.
This is from the United Nations.
Is there objection to the request? Without objection, so ordered. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
So to get back to your policy, remove United States Armed Forces from Lebanon. Can we leave no U.S. forces there? Does that mean we can't leave any Marines in the embassy?
Right now, the war powers resolution that I have is if they're engaged in hostilities. They're not engaged in hostilities.
It is very clear. Remove United States Armed Forces from Lebanon. I'm just reading what you wrote.
This is about saving lives. They are able to stay there if they're not engaged in hostilities.
That's not what this says.
I think it's really important every day that goes by where this Congress does not act, 11 more children would die with serious or have serious injury results of, again, us not, again, pulling back any of the resources and so forth.
I'm going to regain my time
literally
at this
refers
point.
to hostilities.
Reclaims his time.
We didn't get an answer, apparently, as to if we can, because I'm reading the gentlelady's legislation here, remove United States Armed Forces from Lebanon. That's just an example of how reckless her legislation is. It doesn't say anything about, yeah, you can keep the Marines that are in the embassy, as an example. That's a pretty big oversight. It doesn't say anything about whether we can keep United States Armed Forces that are training missions with the LAF. Again, pretty big oversight. And of course, my colleague doesn't want to talk about the fact that the terrorists that Israel is killing in there, that they do also use human shields. This is a well-known thing. But, Mr. Speaker, at this point, I will say that a vote for this resolution is a vote to support Iran, which I think I have to remind some of my Democrat colleagues is a bad thing. Supporting Iran is a bad thing. I see no acknowledgement over there. They are actually, my colleagues over here that would vote for this, they're serving as proxies for Hezbollah by bringing this resolution to the floor. Again, we are not at war in Lebanon. There are no combat forces to remove. And there's nothing further to say. I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill and not be a proxy for Hezbollah. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. The chair reminds members to formally yield and reclaim time when under recognition. The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Time as possible to myself. Section 5C of the War Powers Act, it's in there. You can just read it. It says if it's engaged in hostilities. If U.S. armed forces are there and they're not participating in this ethnic cleansing campaign, then they're fine. If they're there training the Lebanese armed forces, they're fine. This is not what it's about. If you read the War Powers section of 5C, it's very clear. It is in writing in the law of the War Powers Act. So it's really important that we understand and not get in confusion. But I want to share a so-called, Amal Khalil. This is a photo of a very, very prominent Lebanese journalist. Amal Khalil, she was targeted and killed. Amal and her colleague Zainab were reporting devastation in southern Lebanon when an Israeli drone struck her car near them, killing 2 civilians. Amal and Zainab sought shelter in a nearby building, but Israel then struck the building, trapping them under the rubble. But it gets worse. It gets worse. When rescued medical workers finally arrived at the scene to rescue Zainab, they came under Israeli fire before they could rescue Amal. They were prevented from returning to the site for hours, Mr. Speaker. Amal was dead by the time her body was recovered over 6 hours later. Amal is only one victim of many of the Israeli military's deliberate and indiscriminate bombings and targeting even of journalists in Lebanon. Israel has killed 250 journalists and media workers across Lebanon, Palestine, Yemen, even Iran. Our country should not be sharing intelligence and coordinating strikes with the military that hunts and kills journalists for sport. We must end the U.S. support for this invasion. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my good colleague and one of the co-sponsors of the resolution, my gentlewoman from Illinois.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, again, I want to rise to point out the hypocrisy of those who would claim to care about our children while turning a blind eye to the scale of child suffering inflicted by Trump and Netanyahu's unlawful, unaccountable military operations in Lebanon. And yes, I did say Trump and Netanyahu's military operations. While Netanyahu may be dropping the bombs, those operations are blessed by Trump, and the bombs are provided courtesy of the United States government. Israeli executed U.S.-approved strikes have killed more than 3,400 people, including 240 children. UNICEF reports that 11 Lebanese children are killed or injured every single day. And over 1 million civilians have been displaced. Nearly a quarter of Lebanon's entire population does not have enough to eat. And we're watching another catastrophe of U.S. complicity in destruction, displacement, and death unfold. Trump, Hegseth, Netanyahu launched an unlawful war in Iran to remain in power and enrich themselves. And let's be clear. Trump, Hegseth, and Netanyahu will keep expanding their war to further consolidate their power and profit and to stay in power. And my colleagues in Congress have enabled their abuses. They have watched children die, whether it's in Palestine, in Iran, in Lebanon, and they've shrugged off requests for action because it's complicated. What's complicated about this? It's not. The President of the United States is waging an unlawful war, aiding and abetting Israel to violate U.S. international law, and it's making his friends rich and himself richer, all while children are starving, they're suffering, and they're dying. It's not complicated, it's actually grotesque. Bottom line, whether it's Lebanon, Gaza, or Iran, the United States and Israel are violating U.S. and international law, and this Congress has failed to stop them. But impunity should not be an option. There shouldn't be more excuses, more endless wars, more blank checks for warmongers paid for by the suffering of children. It's why Representative Tlaib and I introduced the Lebanon Wars Power Resolution to force Congress to vote, assert our constitutional authority, and end the complicity in unlawful military operations and wars. And let me end by saying this. Let me make sure I look at you, my colleague here on the right. We cannot bomb our way to peace. True safety is not realized at the end of a barrel of a gun, by a bomb, or via chokehold of suppression or oppression. I want to urge my colleagues to support this War Powers Resolution, and I would also encourage you to join Block the Bombs Act. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Illinois yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. The chair reminds members to direct all remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Recognize myself, Mr. Speaker. I hope my colleague's not going to leave. I would love to speak to you as well. I have a serious question for you, if you want to approach a mic. The question's for you. I mean, if you need other people to answer for you, then it's what it is. It's my time.
The gentleman from Florida controls the time.
My understanding is you want to help Lebanese civilians.
I want to make sure that we no longer are using our authority, our bombs, our resources to bomb children. That's what I want to do.
Okay,
I want to
so
make sure that
we'll say
money is
children.
going to health care,
Children.
housing, education,
Reclaim.
things that your
To do
constituents
this
need.
correctly,
Gentleman
I have to
reclaims his
reclaim.
time.
I'll yield you back in a moment. I'm reclaiming. So the United States Armed Forces that are training the LAF, who are fighting Hezbollah who's killing children there, killing civilians. Would you like to see them stay? And I yield you some time.
He's having a different debate here, but let me come back to what the Congresswoman just mentioned to you. If you look at the legislation
If you'll
that
answer my
Congresswoman
question, I'll
Tlaib
give you time.
introduced, clearly pursuant to Section 5C, it shows you
I'll
that
reclaim my time.
unless,
Gentleman
well, you don't want
reclaims
to
his
hear an
time.
answer, that's the point.
If you want to-
Because you want to be able to make up your own answers. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So they want to go back. They don't want to talk about Hezbollah. Still yet no mention of Hezbollah from our colleagues over there. They don't want us to talk about the support the United States Armed Forces are giving to the LAF to combat Hezbollah because they're not acknowledging them. And apparently they don't want to see Israel killing Hezbollah, even though it's Hezbollah that is killing Israeli children, Israeli adults, Israeli elders, firing. I gave them the count of rockets, UAVs, casualties, drones, gave them the count. No mention of it whatsoever. I'm going to yield some time to my colleague, Mr. Miller here. 4 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to HCON Res 84, but like most of my colleagues, whether they'll admit it or not, I am a little confused. The United States, to my knowledge, doesn't have any troops in Lebanon. In fact, the last time American service members were deployed in Lebanon was in 1984. Even though the gentlelady from Michigan believes that the U.S. is the root of all evil, the United States is playing a vital role in advancing peace, security, and stability in Lebanon as we currently speak. Just a couple of days ago, President Trump brokered a pause to further defensive Israeli military action in southern Lebanon, and the U.S. State Department has hosted several rounds of historic peace talks, as we've currently been seeing. Regardless of what the gentlelady from Michigan will tell you, the greatest threat to Lebanon remains the Iranian regime and its terrorist proxy, Hezbollah, not the United States, and not Israel, as that country has come out more of the gentlelady's mouth in the United States, and I believe that's who she's seeking to remove from Lebanon. But if my colleagues on the other side actually cared about the people of Lebanon, which it's clear they don't, they would cheer on the elimination of these bloodthirsty terrorists, not advancing meaningless resolutions to denigrate American foreign policy only to embolden them. For decades, Iran has used Hezbollah to project power throughout the Middle East. In the process, Hezbollah has weakened the Lebanese state and repeatedly drawn Lebanon into conflicts that serve Tehran's interest. While I can appreciate the passion from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I do not appreciate their lack of education and understanding of what is really going on there. So let us be clear. Hezbollah is a terrorist organization from the gentlelady from Michigan, and its members are butchers that you like to, hang out with to a certain extent. No nation can be fully sovereign when an armed group operates outside the authority of its elected. Oh, I'm sorry. Are we getting a little emotional?
Gentleman will suspend.
Oh, gentlemen will suspend. I certainly believe you advocate for them, yes. You advocate for
Colleagues,
terrorists on a daily basis.
The House will be in order.
Advocate for a terrorist regime every single day from the gentlelady from Michigan.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
You do associate yourself with them.
Colleagues, this is a serious topic. We will debate it Respectfully and deliberately, is the gentlewoman from Michigan making a motion to take down?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am. That is a direct attack on my character. I please
gentleman from
request
Ohio will
to
be
strike
seated.
the words down.
Gentleman from Ohio will
It
be
was.
seated. No member is currently recognized for debate. The gentleman from Ohio will be seated. The clerk. The clerk will report the words. No one is currently recognized for debate. recognition.
This video on C-SPAN already. Can I just inquire what's taking so long?
The chair is in the process of seeking clarification.
Thank you.